Xaverian family of Durgapur welcomes one and all to this cultural extravaganza that marks the grand fulfillment of its golden Jubilee year.
নমস্কার। আজকের এই আনন্দ সন্ধ্যায় সেন্ট জেভিয়ার স্কুল দুর্গাপুরের সুবর্ণ জয়ন্তী উপলক্ষে সমবেত সুধীবৃন্দকে জানাই আমাদের সাদর অভিনন্দন।
Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 1963, when Durgapur was still young, the Jesuit fathers took up the mammoth task of igniting the young minds in Durgapur. And inspired by the blessings of God Almighty and our great saints like Ignatius of Loyola and Saint Francis Xavier, the patron saint of our school, St. Xavier School Durgapur today has emerged a premier institution of its region. For 50 glorious years since its inception, our alma mater, in its sunny ambience, has been catering to the emotional and intellectual needs of a changing society, making studying a pleasure by preventing discontent. And like gold in a furnace, Xaverians emerge, men of character, compassion, and competence, ready to face the challenges of life. The galaxy of our students, both past and present, shine all the world over, and the dream run of our institution continues. We now request Reverend Father Thomason to come on stage, where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Our teacher, Mrs. Shudipa Mukhopadhyay, will be escorting him. A good friend, a guide to us, ever energetic. This is what Father Thomason is. We request Monoshri Ma'am to escort Reverend Father Arul to the stage, where he will be receiving a bouquet. A man of principle, a source of inspiration for youngsters. This is what Father Arul is. Now request Reverend Father K.K. Devasi, escorted by Mrs. Shunanda Mukherjee, to come on stage, where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Father Devasi is no stranger to our school. He had been the headmaster of our school for about 10 years. Our headmaster, Reverend Father Arokyasamy, is requested to come on stage, where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Father Headmaster will be escorted by Rupa Ma'am. Father Headmaster is an able administrator, ever positive in his outlook, and a vibrant enthusiast. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we request the man of the moment, our chief guest, Reverend Father Dr. Felix Raj, the principal of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata, to come on stage where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Father Felix Raj will be escorted by our one and only Deborah Moray's man. A scholar, a philanthropist, a writer, a renowned economist, an educationist. The list goes on as far as Father Felix Raj is concerned. Thank you, fathers. We now go on to the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Light, ladies and gentlemen, is a symbol of joy and of life-giving power. We shall now witness the lighting of the ceremonial lamp to mark this auspicious occasion today. We request our chief guest, Reverend Father Dr. Felix Raj, to come and light the ceremonial lamp. We request our headmaster, Reverend Father Arokyasamy, to come and light the lamp. Now request Reverend Father K.K. Devasi to come and light the ceremonial lamp. We now request Reverend Father Arul to come and light the ceremonial lamp. We request Reverend Father Thomason to come and light the lamp. We now request the coordinator of the cultural committee of our school, Ms. Paromita Ganguly, to light the ceremonial lamp. Thank you. Nothing can be achieved without God's blessings. We start with the prayer song, Hriday Badal Do Mera.
Never true.
Father Headmaster, Reverend Father Arokyasamy, will now deliver his welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an immense joy and happiness to welcome you all today for the Golden Jubilee celebration of St. Xavier School, Durgapur. In fact, it is the third program of this kind, as we had 2 programs prior to this mega event. Today's program is a special one and going to be a memorable one for a very special reason. Today, the entire Xavierian family has gathered. The staff members, students, parents, and the past students. Let us therefore thank God the Almighty for having brought us together today. I have another reason to be happy, however it may sound very personal. Reverend Father Dr. Felix Raj has been a source of inspiration for me. He is the first Jesuit. I met him in my hometown way back in 1982. I had then applied to the Calcutta province of the Society of Jesus and received letters considering my candidature. I never even imagined in my wildest dream that I would have the privilege of receiving a Jesuit in my house. But that dream did become a reality. One sunny morning, a young man with his youthful mustache, accompanied by a college student, entered my hometown parish church campus. I was then leaving our parish church campus. I was going the opposite direction. I was about to pass by that young man who unexpectedly confronted me asking, "Where does the parish priest of yours stay?" To which I answered, "He is out of station." Those days, I was the unofficial personal assistant of my parish priest. Then again, the young man asked him, this time with a smile on his face, do you know the boy named M.S. Arokyasamy? I am he, I said. Do you want to be a Jesuit? Asked that young man, holding my hand very gently. Yes, I said. Let us go and meet your parents, retorted the young man. That young man, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than our chief guest, Father Felix Raj. His gentle touch on that day encouraged me to grow in my priestly vocation. Halfway through my priestly training period, I was sent to St. Xavier's Collegiate School, Kolkata, for a year of regency. There, Father Felix Raj guided me as a rector of St. Xavier's College. When I was ordained as priest in 1997, Father Felix Raj took special interest to have my first Mass said for the students of St. Xavier's College and School on 3rd December on the feast day of St. Francis Xavier. And today, I consider it a great privilege to have Father Felix Raj as our chief guest for the Golden Jubilee of our school. Thank you, Father Felix, for all your guidance, support, and inspiration. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to all the fathers, starting with Father Dubois, the first headmaster of St. Xavier School, Durgapur, till my own predecessor, Father Devasi, who is present today with us. Thank you, Father Devasi, for your encouraging presence. With your support, dear parents and staff, I hope to build upon what the others have done for the growth of this esteemed institution. Let us strive to keep the Xaverian flag flying very, very high. Thank you, one and all.
The senior most faculty member of our school, Mr. Uday Bhanu Ray, now takes over to introduce our chief guest, Reverend Father Felix Raj.
Good evening, everybody. How exactly do you eulogize someone who has already a countless feathers to his cap? A Jesuit priest will work for the development, emancipation of humanity. That is no big surprise. But some of them, they carve a special niche in our hearts. Our Reverend Father Dr. Felix Raj is one such person. He joined the Jesuit Society way back in 73, then was ordained as a priest in 1989. He completed his initial education in Tamil Nadu, but thereafter he did his PhD from Rabindra Bharati Vishwavidyalaya of Kolkata. He joined St. Xavier's College as a young professor of economics until he finally became the principal there to take it to new heights in 2009. Apart from being a real educationist, he is associated with so many philanthropic activities. Sneham, which takes care of the education of underprivileged people. Parivartan, who takes care of the school dropouts. He is the secretary of Bengal Economic Association and a member of the International Economic Association. He is the recipient of Mother Teresa Millennium Award. His book titled Disinvestment in India, its trends, problems, and prospectus has recently been released by Honorable Governor of West Bengal. Gentlemen and ladies, here is our chief guest, Dr. Felix Raj. May I now request our headmaster, Father M.S. Aruka Sami, to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Felix Raj, with an Uttariyo. May I once again trouble our headmaster to present him with a plaque. Please, a bigger round of standing ovation for him. A bigger round of সকলকে অনুরোধ করব একটু উঠে দাঁড়িয়ে এই মনীষীকে অভ্যর্থনা করুন প্লিজ। Thank you all very much. Father, I know that all these ovations are very superficial for you, but we are honored to have you among us. May I request you to please say a few words of encouragement to us?
A very good evening to all of you. Respected Father M.S. Arakyaswamy, Father Devasi, Father Arul, Father Thomasin, fathers who are present here, sisters, the teachers of the school, parents, well-wishers and friends, and my dear students. Allow me to start with a few lines of the famous and beautiful prayer of Saint Ignatius of Loyola. Mukti amar, ichha amar, manush amar, sharan amar, loho he Prabhu, loho amar loho. I consider it a privilege to be with you this evening. I'm unworthy, of course, for that long introduction that was given about me. But I want to start with a small little story of a little boy who studied in one of the Jesuit schools. This is way back in 1873. The little boy was in the classroom on the front bench, and his teacher was Father Penaranda. And Father Penaranda looked at this little boy and asked him, Robi, tumi ki aajke bhalo noy? The little boy told Father, yes, Father, I am not well today. And secondly, I don't want to attend school. Sitting in the classroom is boring. And studying and doing all this work is more boring. And I would rather like to study at home than in St. Xavier's school. Years after, this little boy turned out to be Gurudev, Vishwakobi, Nobel laureate, R. Rabindranath Tagore. Studied for 9 months at St. Xavier's School, Kolkata. Not that all those who don't want to study in schools become like Rabindranath Tagore. Not all those who don't want to study in schools receive Nobel Prizes. But here was an exceptional boy who has in his autobiography written, I have one memory of St. Xavier's School. And that memory is the memory of its teachers who gave a personal attention to the students. And this is the secret of Jesuit education all over the world. If you ask me what is the secret of Jesuit education in the world today, it is basically the Ignatian charism with which we teach our children. And that's why you have this Jesuit dictum. You give us a boy and we'll return him as a child of God and a citizen of this world. And that's what happens in every Jesuit school. And that is the secret of the success for the last 500 years. We recently had an ex-Jesuit from the United States, a man called Chris Loney. His 2 bestsellers are Heroic Leadership, which was published a few years ago, And of lately, his book is Heroic Living. And so he challenges every reader of his book that everyone has to have a purpose in life, that everyone has to take up this heroic leadership. And he compares the Society of Jesus and the company in which he worked for 18 years after he left the Society of Jesus, J.P. Morgan. And he compares the good practices of these two companies. And he says the Society of Jesus, that began running schools and colleges right from its inception, has got this way of teaching of these children that makes them children of God and citizens of the country. And that is the secret of Jesuit education. And that's what we Jesuits and the teachers, our co-workers, intend to impart to every child that joins a Jesuit school or a Jesuit college. I want in a very special way take this opportunity to thank Father Headmaster, Father M.S.R.O. Kisami, and all the fathers of the school, and the teachers and my dear students for this wonderful opportunity given to me to be with you this evening. I want to wish you all a fruitful and a very happy celebration of this Golden Jubilee throughout the year. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. We shall conclude our inaugural ceremony by singing our school anthem. Everybody, please stand up. Everybody, please stand. with 50th year. We are now ready for the Golden Jubilee musical soiree.
Cover under blue sky, Dreamland carries on. Blue routers our flag fly high, Dreamland carries on. 50 years and marching on, our alumni to us beckon. Our happy family, merry Xavierians, with kind support staff, able faculty, oh come and be with us in this great hour summer heat or winter cold. Dreamland carries on. As learn and play our boys bold. Dreamland carries on. And open field, yoga hall, and lovely gym. Long open corridors, glass shining. We adore all of them, and in them we bloom. Oh, come and be with us. It's this great hour of joy. One of us today. Welcome one and all, one and all. Dreamland carries on. In September, March or moist July, Dreamland carries on. In fun we have and tricks we try, Dreamland carries on. It's places, trees either side, countless birds, colorful butterflies. Second sweet home, heaven on earth, we belong to you in harmony. Oh, come and be with us. It's this great hour of joy. One of us today. Welcome one and all. One and all. Dreamland carries on. Golden Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, Golden Jubilee, Golden Jubilee. Dreamland carries on, Dreamland carries on, Dreamland carries on, Dreamland carries on.
মন্ত্রে মানুষকে ভবসাগর পার হবার জন্য অনুপ্রাণিত করেন, ভরসা দেন, তেমনি নদীমাতৃক বাংলাদেশের মাঝিরাও বাংলার গ্রামে গ্রামে নদী পারাপার করবার জন্য মানুষের সহায় হন। নদীর বিপুল জলরাশি দেখে যখন সকলে ভীত হয়, মাঝিরা তাদের মনে সাহস দেন। প্রচুর প্রাণ শক্তি নিয়ে মাঝিরা গানে গানে বলেন, এসো নৌকা ছেড়ে দিই। নদীর জল তীরের অপূর্ব সৌন্দর্য দেখতে দেখতে তরতর করে এগিয়ে যায়, নদী পার করে যায়।
হরে উড়ালি বিড়ালি বাওয়ে নাওয়ের বাদাম নরে, হরে উড়ালি বিড়ালি বাওয়ে নাওয়ের বাদাম নরে। আথালি পাথালি পানি চলা, আথালি পাথালি পানি চলা, চলাতে চলে রে। হরে খল খলাইয়া হাসায় ওঠে, বৈঠার হাত ছাইয়া হাসে, বৈঠার হাত ছাইয়া। নাও চড়াইয়া দে, পালু উড়াইয়া দে, চল চলাইয়া চলুক রে না মাছ ধইরা দিয়া, চলুক মাছ ধইরা দিয়া। নাও চড়াইয়া দে, পালু উড়াইয়া দে, চল চলাইয়া চলুক রে না মাছ ধইরা দিয়া, চলুক মাছ ধইরা দিয়া।
harmony with nature. That is our next program. The junior-most members of the Xaverian family, the boys of KG class, are here with us today to remind us through an animated performance that to save our Mother Earth and ourselves from extinction, we must protect our environment, conserve our wildlife, and save our trees.
প্রকৃতির সঙ্গে নিবিড় সম্পর্ক গড়ে না তুললে মানুষ নিজেই হবে বিপন্ন। এই সত্য তুলে ধরেছে আমাদের কেজি ক্লাসের ছোট ভাইয়েরা।
Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Olive kills within the cup, and I'll not ask for wine. Drink to me only with thine eyes, and I will pledge with mine. Olive kills within the cup, and I'll not ask for wine. The cast that from the soul that rise, the past covering divine. But might I of Job's nectar see, I would not change for thine. The cast that from the soul that rise, the past covering divine. But might I of Job's nectar see, I would not change for thine. I thank thee, let a rosy ray not so much harm in thee, as giving it a hope that death could not neither be. But thou their own didst only bring, and sent it back to me. Since when it grows and smells, I serve of itself but me. But thou their own didst only bring, and sent it back to me. Since when it grows and smells, I serve not of itself but me. Drink to me the calling.
Wow, what an electric.
I am the river flowing, I am the desert dry, I am the four winds blowing, I am the sunset sky, I am the forest breathing, I am the ocean wide, I am the snow clouds gathering, I am the mountain light.
Gentlemen, we now present before you Unification of Bengal, a Bengali recitation. The following item, a group recitation in Bengali, is a tribute to two of the greatest icons of Bengali literature, Kavi Guru Rabindranath Tagore and Kazi Nazrul Islam.
নমস্কার কবিগুরু রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর ও বিদ্রোহী কবি কাজী নজরুল ইসলামকে শ্রদ্ধা জানিয়ে আমাদের প্রথম নিবেদন কবি অপূর্ব দত্তের দুই বাংলা। এরপর একে একে আমরা পরিবেশন করতে চলেছি কাজী নজরুল ইসলামের ছাত্রদলের গান এবং কবিগুরু রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুরের ভজহরি। আমাদের ছিল ধুলো কাদা মাখা একখানা ছোট গ্রাম, আমাদের ছিল কাল বৈশাখী লিচু আর কালো জাম, আমাদের ছিল একখানা নদী তার পাশেই
The Xaverian family consists of our patron saint, Saint Francis Xavier, the Jesuit fathers, the staff members, the students, and most importantly, the parents of our beloved students. The parents are here on stage today and will be presenting a group dance, Anondo Bosonto Shomagome.
His faces go along the road, His power riding high and low. In soothing voice, He softly calls a feeble one as back He falls. There is a road inside of you. Inside of me there is one too. No weakling ever in the dark. The home of God is in your heart. The home of God is in your heart. Sometimes a shadow, dark and cold, lays like a mist across the road. But be encouraged by the sun. Where there's a shadow, there's a light. There is a road inside of you. Inside of me there is one too. No weakling ever in the dark. The home of God is in your heart. The home of God is in your heart. Sometimes it's good to look back down. You've come so far, you've gained such ground. But joy is not yet enemy. Joy is beginning at the end. There is a road inside of you. Inside of me there is one too. No weakling ever in the dark. The home of God is in your heart. The home of God is in your heart. The home of God is in your heart.
This is a story which took place a long, long time ago when fairies and witches roamed this earth. Hansel and Gretel lived with their father and stepmother in a little cottage near a forest. The father was a poor woodcutter. Once, when food was scarce, he said to his wife,
What will become of us? We have so little to eat. I am afraid the children will starve.
Now, the stepmother did not love the children and she wanted to get rid of them. So, she thought of a plan. That night, when the children went to bed, she said to their father,
Tomorrow we will take Hansel and Gretel into the forest and leave them there. They will not be able to find their way back again, and we will not have to worry about them anymore. That way, there will be plenty of food for you and for me. Oh no, I cannot do that to my poor children. How can they be on their own? Please, please don't force me to be so cruel and heartless.
In the next room, the two children were still awake and they overheard what their stepmother was planning to do.
Oh, Hansel, what shall we do? No one loves us, not even Papa. Oh, I'm so scared. Don't worry, Gretel. I'll take care of you. I will think of something.
Later that night, when the house was dark, Hansel put on his jacket and slipped out. He stuffed his pocket with white pebbles and then went back to bed. The next morning,
Good morning, Papa. Good morning, dears. Now here's breakfast for you both. Hurry up with your breakfast. We are all going to the forest to cut wood.
and they all set out for the forest. Hansel lagged behind the rest. At every few steps, he dropped a pebble on the ground behind him. At last, they were deep inside the forest.
Now listen, both of you. Sit here under this tree. We are going to chop wood. We'll come back later and get you. Here's a sandwich for each of you, just in case you get hungry.
Tired as they were, the children ate their sandwiches hungrily and soon fell asleep. Soon after, the sun set and the moon rose. When the children woke up, there was darkness all around.
Don't worry, Gretel. We will find our way back by following the pebbles I dropped.
When the children reached home, their father was overjoyed to see them. He rushed to hug his children.
Oh, Gretel, my baby! Oh, Hansel, my prince!
Meanwhile, the wicked stepmother was furious to see the children back. How could they find their way back home so easily? But she did not give up. That night, when the children were in bed, she made her husband agree to take the children deeper into the forest and leave them there. In the next room, the children overheard their stepmother's plan. But this time, Hansel could not slip out to gather pebbles as The stepmother had locked the door. The next morning, Hansel broke a slice of bread into small pieces and stuffed them into his pocket. Soon they left for the forest. Hansel walked through the forest, leaving a trail of bread pieces behind him to mark the way. But the little boy had forgotten the hungry birds that lived in the forest. As darkness descended, the children huddled under a tree. Tired and hungry, they soon fell asleep and they dreamt of cupcakes, French fries, Coke, and Maggie.
Oh, the Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill and he marched them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were neither up nor down. Oh, the Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill and he marched them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were neither up nor down. Oh, the Grand Old Duke of York, he had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill and he marched them down again. And when they were up, they were up. And when they were down, they were down. And when they were only halfway up, they were neither up nor down.
The next morning, two birds hopped onto the forest path and were delighted to see the pieces of bread which Hansel had dropped the previous day. They pecked and they pecked and left no trace of the pieces. When Hansel and Gretel woke up, they were dismayed to see that the little pieces of bread had disappeared from the forest path.
Oh, Hansel, what will happen to us now? We will never be able to find our way out. and we'll be lost forever. No, Gretel, I'll never let that happen. Trust me, little sister, I will find our way out of this scary forest.
So saying, Hansel took Gretel and slowly trudged along the forest path. They walked and they walked, and soon it became dark. Before long, they came to another path out of the forest when suddenly they saw a little cottage among the trees. And it was no ordinary cottage. It was made of gingerbread and the windows were of sugar. There were cookies and candy all over the outside of the house, and the roof was covered with strawberry icing. Hansel broke a chunk of plaster from the wall, which was actually a baked chocolate cookie. Gretel too broke a piece of chocolate. Yummy! She had never tasted anything so nice. Just then, a shrill voice called out from the cottage.
Nibble, nibble like a mouse. Who is nibbling at my house? It's only the wind.
Out came an old woman leaning on a cane.
Come, dear children. Don't be afraid of me. I love little children like you.
Come, little children, I'll take thee away into a land of enchantment. Come, little children, the time's come to play here in my garden of shadows. Follow, sweet children, I'll show thee the way through all the pain and the sorrows. Weep not, poor children, for life is this way, murdering beauty and passion. Hush now, dear children, it must be this way, to weary of life and deceptions. Rest now, my children, for soon we'll away into the calm and the
The old woman took the children into the house. She offered the tired and hungry children some pancakes and a warm chocolate drink. As they ate hungrily, the old woman told them that she lived all alone in the cottage and would love to have them for company. Soon after, she took the children and put them to sleep. And the children fell fast asleep. Now, this woman, who seemed so kind, was actually a wicked witch. She enticed children to her gingerbread house and then kept them as slaves until finally she cooked them and made tasty meals out of them. The next morning, the witch woke up the children. She took Hansel by his hand, and before the children could understand what was happening, she pushed him into the cage and locked it.
No, please let me out. What have I done? Why do you put me in this cage? Oh, please let me out.
Let you out? No, not so soon, my dear boy.
Please let my brother out.
Shut up, you silly girl. You will do all my housework. You will cook good food every day and fatten up your brother. And when he is fat enough, I shall roast him and eat him on Halloween. And I shall invite all my friends over for a grand Halloween dinner. Now get down to work. I want my house to be sparkling clean. I want my house to be sparkling clean. Sparkling clean, sparkling clean. I want my house to be sparkling clean all night and morning.
Poor Gretel cried bitterly, but had to do as she was told. She shuddered to think that Halloween was just 3 days away. Halloween, the day when witches and goblins and all evil spirits roamed the streets freely. Oh, how terrible! That evening, the witch came back to the cottage with 4 of her dear friends: Martha, Gertrude, Hilda, and Zelda.
Hi, Mildred. Hi.
Oh, it's so tasty.
The witch showed her friends the prized catch, and they all rejoiced at the idea of the grand dinner that awaited them on the night of Halloween.
Halloween, Halloween, creepy crawly Halloween, trick or treating all in fun. kooky Halloween. Kids in costumes, what a sight on Halloween tonight. Big black cats, vampire bats, ghosts and goblins out tonight, causing quite a fright. Halloween, Halloween, painted faces, what a scene. Door to door they trick or treat for something sweet to eat. Halloween, Halloween, celebrating Halloween. Jack-o'-lanterns all aglow, so the ancient stories go. Halloween, Halloween, Celtic started Halloween. They celebrated harvest time with gifts of food and wine. Candles glow, spirits go, bringing luck and fortune too. This is what they knew. Halloween, Halloween, now they call it Halloween. Skulls and bones create the scene. Very scary Halloween. Halloween, Halloween, let's have fun on Halloween. Witches fly and children scream tonight on Halloween. Witches fly and children scream tonight on Halloween.
Bye, Mildred. Bye. Bye. See you soon. Bye.
When the four witches left, Mildred, the old witch, cast her magic spell on the children and put them to sleep. Then she fell into her chair and fell fast asleep. The next morning, the witch woke up checked her calendar and went to Hansel's cage. She told him to put out his finger so she could check if he had become fat. Now, the old witch had poor eyesight. So instead of holding out his finger, Hansel stuck out a lean chicken bone which Gretel had given to him. So it seemed that he was thinner than ever before. This continued for the next 2 days. Finally, 31st October had come. The witch went to Hansel to check how fat he had become. Seeing that there was no difference, the witch became furious.
Be he fat or be he thin, I am going to cook him for dinner tonight.
The witch called her pet cats and bats and ordered them to get her huge cauldron. Once the cauldron was brought in, she lit up the fire and waited for the water to boil. The witch rocked furiously on her chair, waiting for the water to boil. And before long,
Gretel! Gretel! Come here and check if the water is boiling. I can't wait to feast on it.
But the pot is so big and I'm so small. I can hardly peep into it.
Silly goose! Move aside! Let me go and check. Come here and help me get onto the stool.
so saying, the witch climbed up and peered into the pot. As she was busy peeping in, Gretel found a good chance and gave the witch a push. And that was the end of the wicked witch. Gretel rushed to the cage and opened the door to let out Hansel. They hugged each other for joy. In the meantime, their father, who had been looking for them, had just reached the cottage. He saw his two children and rushed towards them.
My dear children, I have come to take you home again. Your wicked stepmother has gone away forever.
So Hansel and Gretel went home with their father with plenty of gold which they had found in the cottage. They never went hungry again and they all lived happily ever after.
An action song in Bengali, Abol Tabol.
কবি সুকুমার রায়ের ১২৫তম জন্মবার্ষিকী উপলক্ষে এখন আমাদের ছাত্রেরা আপনাদের সামনে পরিবেশন করতে চলেছে তাঁরই লেখা আবোল তাবোল থেকে একটি বাংলা অ্যাকশন সং।
The children will pay a tribute to the legendary poet Shukumar Rai, famous for his nonsense verses in Bengali literature on his 125th birth anniversary. The Bengali action song Abol Tabol recreates the world of unrestrained joy and freedom that the modern world has almost forgotten.
आए रे भोला खेयाल खोला आए रे भोला खेयाल खोला স্বপন দোলা নাচিয়ে যায় আয় রে পাগল আবোল তাবোল আয় রে পাগল আবোল তাবোল মত্ত মাদল বাজিয়ে আয় মত্ত মাদল বাজিয়ে আয় মত্ত মাদল বাজিয়ে আয়
कहो
বাবুরাম সাপুরে কোথা যাস বাপুরে আয় বাবা দেখে যা দুটো সাপ রেখে যা বাবুরাম সাপুরে কোথা যাস বাপুরে আয় বাবা দেখে যা দুটো সাপ রেখে যা বাবুরাম সাপুরে কোথা যাস বাপুরে যে সাপের চোখ নেই শিং নেই নখ নেই যে সাপের চোখ নেই শিং নেই নখ নেই ছোটে নাকি হাঁটে না কাউকে যে কাটে না ছোটে নাকি হাঁটে না কাউকে যে কাটে না আয় বাবা দেখে যা দুটো সাপ রেখে যা আয় বাবা দেখে যা দুটো সাপ রেখে যা বাবুরাম সাপুরে কোথা যাস বাপুরে করে না কো ফোঁস ফাঁস মারে না কো ঝুস ঝাস করে না কো ফোঁস ফাঁস মারে না কো ঝুস ঝাস নেই কোনো উৎপাত খায় শুধু দুধ ভাত নেই কোনো উৎপাত খায় শুধু দুধ ভাত সেই সাপ জ্যান্ত গোটা দুই আন্ত সেই সাপ জ্যান্ত গোটা দুই আন্ত তেড়ে মেরে ডান্ডা করে দি ঠান্ডা তেড়ে মেরে ডান্ডা করে দি ঠান্ডা আয় বাবা দেখে যা দুটো সাপ রেখে যা আয় বাবা দেখে যা দুটো সাপ রেখে যা বাবুরাম সাপুরে কোথা যাস বাপুরে যদি কুমড়ো পটাশ নাচে খবরদার এসো না কেউ আস্তাবলের কাছে চাইবে না কো ডাইনে বাই চাইবে না কো পাছে চার পা তুলে থাকবে ঝুলে হট্টমূলার গাছে কুমড়ো পটাশ নাচে খবরদার এসো না কেউ আস্তাবলের কাছে চাইবে না কো ডাইনে বাই চাইবে না কো পাছে চার পা তুলে থাকবে ঝুলে হট্টমূলার গাছে
যদি কুমড়ো পটাশ কাঁদে কুমড়ো পটাশ কাঁদে খবরদার খবরদার বসবে না কেউ ছাদে
উপর হয়ে মাচায় শুয়ে লেপ কম্বল কাঁধে বেহাগ সুরে গাইবে খালি রাধে কৃষ্ণ রাধে
রাধে কৃষ্ণ রাধে খবরদার এসো না কেউ আস্তাবলের কাছে যদি কুমড়ো পটাশ হাসে কুমড়ো পটাশ হাসে থাকবে খাড়া একটি ঠ্যাঙে রান্নাঘরের পাশে ঝাপসা গলায় ফার্সি কবে নিঃশ্বাসে ফিস ফাঁসে
ঝাপসা গলায় ফার্সি কবে নিঃশ্বাসে ফিস ফাঁসে তিনটি বেলা উপোস করে থাকবে শুয়ে ঘাসে
খবরদার এসো না কেউ আস্তাবলের কাছে যদি কুমড়ো পটাশ ছোটে, যদি কুমড়ো পটাশ ছোটে, সবাই যেন তড়বড়িয়ে জানলা বেয়ে ওঠে। উপর জলে আলতা গুলে লাগায় গালে ঠোঁটে, ভুলেও যেন আকাশ পানে তাকায় না কেউ মোটে। যদি কুমড়ো ডাকে, কুমড়ো পটাশ ডাকে, সবাই যেন শ্যামলা এতে গামলা চড়ে থাকে।
ছেচকি শাকের ঘন্ট বেটে মাথায় মলম মাখে, শক্ত ইটের তপ্ত জামা ঘষতে থাকে নাকে।
খবরদার এসো না কেউ আস্তাবলের কাছে। তুচ্ছ ভেবে এসব কথা করছে যারা খেলা, কুমড়ো পটাশ জানতে পেলে বুঝবে তখন খেলা। দেখবে তখন কোন কথাটি কেমন করে ফলে, আমার তখন দোষ দিও না আগে রাখি বলে। খবরদার এসো না কেউ আস্তাবলের কাছে। ভয় পেও না, ভয় পেও না, তোমায় আমি মারব না, তোমায় আমি মারব না। সত্যি বলছি কুস্তি করে তোমার সঙ্গে পারবো না, সত্যি বলছি কুস্তি করে তোমার সঙ্গে পারবো না। ভয় পেও না, ভয় পেও না, তোমায় আমি মারব না, তোমায় আমি মারব না। মনটায় আমার বড্ড নরম, হাড়ে আমার রাত্রি নেই, তোমায় আমি চিবিয়ে খাবো এমন আমার সাধ্যি নেই। মাথায় আমার শিং দেখে ভাই ভয় পেয়েছো কতই না, জানো না মোর মাথার ব্যারাম, কাউকে আমি গুতোই না, কাউকে আমি গুতোই না। এসো এসো গর্তে এসো, বাস করে যাও চারটি দিন, আদর করে শিকেই তুলে রাখবো তোমায় রাত্রি দিন। হাতে আমার মুগুর আছে তাই কি হেথায় থাকবে না, মুগুর আমার হালকা এমন মারলে তোমার লাগবে না। অভয় দিচ্ছি শুনছো না যে, ধরবো নাকি ঠ্যাং দুটা, বসলে তোমার মুন্ডু চেপে বুঝবে তখন কাণ্ডটা। আমি আছি, গিন্নি আছেন, আছেন আমার 9 ছেলে, সবাই মিলে কামড়ে দেব মিথ্যে অমন ভয় পেলে, মিথ্যে অমন ভয় পেলে। ভয় পেও না, ভয় পেও না, ভয় পেও না, ভয় পেও না।
Wow! What a colorful and animated performance!
Valmiki Pratibha is a dance drama written by Rabindranath Tagore. It depicts the story of the transformation of Ratnakar, the dacoit king, from being a ruthless thug to becoming a composer of the Ramayana when he was blessed by Saraswati, the goddess of learning.
মাথার উপরে রয়েছেন কালী সম্মুখে রয়েছে জয়, মাথার উপরে রয়েছেন কালী সম্মুখে রয়েছে জয়।
শোন তোরা তবে শোন, অমানিসায়াজিকে পূজা দেব কালীকে, অমানিসায়াজিকে পূজা দেব কালীকে। তোরা করে যা তবে সবে মিলে যা, তোরা বলি নিয়ে আয়।
একে ঘোরবন এনু কোথায় পথ যে জানি নে, মোরে দেখায় দেন।
পথ ভুলেছিস সত্যি বটে, আয় সাথে আয় রাস্তা তোরে দেখিয়ে দিগে তবে।
দয়া করো অনাথ রে, দয়া করো গো, বন্ধনে কাতর তনু জর জর ব্যথায়।
এ কেমন হলো মন আমার, কিভাবে যে কিছুই বুঝিতে যে পারিনি। পাষাণ হৃদয় গলিল কেন রে, কেন আজি আখি জল দেখা দিল নয়নে।
আরে কি এত ভাবনা, কিছু তো বুঝি না, সময় বহে যায় যে।
কখন এনেছি মোরা এখনো তো হলো না, এ কেমন রীতি তব বাহারে।
শোন তোরা শোন এ আদেশ, কৃপান খর পর ফেলে দে দে, বাঁধন করো চিহ্ন, মুক্ত করো এখনি রে।
রিম ঝিম ঘন ঘন রে বরষে, রিম ঝিম ঘন ঘন রে বরষে, রিম ঝিম ঘন ঘন রে বরষে। গগনে ঘন ঘটা শিহারে তরুলতা, গগনে ঘন ঘটা শিহারে তরুলতা। ময়ূর ময়ূরী নাচিছে হরষে, রিম ঝিম ঘন ঘন রে বরষে। দিশে দিশে সচকিত দামিনী চমকিত, দিশে দিশে সচকিত দামিনী চমকিত। চমকে উঠেছে হরিণী তরাসে, রিম ঝিম ঘন ঘন রে বরষে, রিম ঝিম ঘন ঘন রে। কেলো আজি করুণী শীতে, রাতের কাননে শান্তি নাশিতে। কি জানি কি হবে আজি নিশীথে, তরাসে প্রাণ ওঠে কাঁপিয়া।
দেখ দেখ দুটো পাখি বসেছে গাছে।
থাম থাম কি করিবি, বোধি পাখিটির প্রাণ।
থামো থামো ঠাকুর এ ছাড়ি বান।
মা নিষাদ প্রতিষ্ঠাং ত্বমগমঃ শাশ্বতী সমঃ, यत्क्रौञ्च मिथुनादेकमबधिः काममोहितम्। কি বলিনু আমি, একি সুললিত বাণী রে, কিছু না জানি কেমন যে আমি প্রকাশেনু দেব করুণা একার। কি প্রতিমা দেখি জোছনা মাখি, কে রেখেছে আঁকি আমরি কমল পুতলা। শ্যামা এবার ছেড়ে চলেছি মা, পাষাণের মেয়ে পাষাণে তুই না বুঝে মা বলেছি মা। কোথা লুকাইলে সব আশা নিভিল, দশ দিশি অন্ধকার। সবে গেছে চলে তেজিয়ে আমারে, তুমিও কি ত্যাগিলে।
কেন গো আপন মনে ভ্রমেছ বনে বনে, সলিল দুনয়নে কিসের দুঃখে। কমলা দিতেছে আসি রতন রাশি রাশি, ফুটুক তবে হাসি মলিন মুখে। পানি বিনা পানি করুণাময়ী, পানি বিনা পানি করুণাময়ী।
এই যে হেরি গো দেবী আমারি, সব কবিতাময় জগৎ চরাচর, সব শোভাময় নেহারি। তুমি কি দেবী ভারতী, কৃপাগুণে অন্ধ আখি ফুটালে উষায়া নীলে প্রাণের আধারে। প্রকৃতির রাগিনী শিখাইলে, তুমি ধন্য গো রব চিরকাল, চরণ ধরি তোমারি।
দিনহীন বালিকার সাজে এসেছিনু এই ঘোর বন মাঝে, গলাতে পাষাণ তোর মন। কেন বৎস শোন তাহা শোন, আমি বিনা পানি তোরে এসেছি শিখাতে গান। তোর গানে গলে যাবে সহস্র পাষাণ প্রাণ। যে রাগিনী শুনে তোর গলেছে কঠোর মন, সে রাগিনী তোরই কণ্ঠে বাজিবে রে অনুক্ষণ। বসি তোর পদতলে কবি বালকেরা যত, শুনি তোর কণ্ঠস্বর শিখিবে সঙ্গীত কত। এই নে আমার বিনা দিনু তোরে উপহার, যে গান গাহিতে সাধ ধনিবে ইহার। আমার মুক্তি আলোয় আলোয় এই আকাশে, আমার মুক্তি আলোয় আলোয়, আমার মুক্তি ধুলায় ধুলায় ঘাসে ঘাসে এই আকাশে, আমার মুক্তি আলোয় আলোয়। দেহ মনের সুদূর পারে হারিয়ে ফেলি আপনারে, দেহ মনের সুদূর পারে হারিয়ে ফেলি আপনারে, গানের সুরে আমার মুক্তি ঊর্ধ্বে ভাসে এই আকাশে, আমার মুক্তি আলোয় আলোয় এই আকাশে, আমার মুক্তি আলোয় আলোয়। আমার মুক্তি সর্বজনের মনের মাঝে, দুঃখ বিপদ তুচ্ছ করা কঠিন কাজে, আমার মুক্তি সর্বজনের মনের মাঝে, দুঃখ বিপদ তুচ্ছ করা কঠিন কাজে, বিশ্বধাতার যজ্ঞশালা আত্মহবের বন্ধি জ্বালা, বিশ্বধাতার যজ্ঞশালা আত্মহবের বন্ধি জ্বালা, জীবন যেন দিয়াহুতি মুক্তি আসে এই আকাশে, আমার মুক্তি আলোয় আলোয় এই আকাশে, আমার মুক্তি আলোয় আলোয়।
जाओ के सब मिलके रब से दुआ मांगे, जीवन में एक सुकून चाहे, चाहत में वफा मांगे, हालात बदलने में अब देर न हो मालिक, जो दे चुके फिर अंधेर ना हो मालिक। दीपक कोई प्यार का बन जाए गुलशन फिर से काटो भरी ये दुनिया एक तू ही भरोसा एक तू ही सहारा इस तेरे जाने नहीं कोई हमारा ईश्वर या अल्लाह ये पुकार सुन ले ईश्वर या अल्लाह हे दाता ईश्वर या अल्लाह ये पुकार सुन ले ईश्वर या अल्लाह हे दाता मेरी पुकार सुन ले हे ईश्वर या अल्लाह मेरी पुकार सुन ले मेरी पुकार सुन ले मेरी पुकार सुन ले the faith that we believe keeps on fire higher and higher keeps on fire higher and higher
Our next program is Look into Gujarat. Dandiya is the traditional dance form of Vrindavan, depicting scenes of Holi and Leela of Radha and Krishna. It is the featured dance forms of Navratri evenings in Western India.
ডান্ডিয়া বৃন্দাবনের রাধাকৃষ্ণ লীলা বিষয়ক এক পারম্পরিক নৃত্য অনুষ্ঠান। মূলত ভারতবর্ষের পশ্চিমাঞ্চলে দেবী দুর্গার আবাহনে 9 রাত্রি ব্যাপী এই নৃত্য অনুষ্ঠিত হয়।
धम
गाए ना नदियाँ रात दिन जो रंग जाए ना
Modern Melodies, a group song by parents. As a part of the Xaverian family, we have parents on stage once again, now with a group song.
ধরা তলে আর হাসির কলরলে নূতন জীবন গড়ি
বিনা এই বাজারে প্রাণ বিনা সবার মিলন বিনা এমন জীবন বৃথা যায় এদেশ তোমার আর আমরা ভরি স্বপ্ন দিয়ে সোনার কামনায় আয় রে আয় লগন বয়ে যায় মেঘ গুড় করে চাঁদের সীমানায় আরুল বন্ডাতে চম্পা ছুটে আয় হরিকিরা সভাতে কোমর বেঁধে আয় আয় রে 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 আয় আয় রে
We are now ready for the spectacular formation drill. The boys will be standing and squatting on stage to form the number 50. The number signifying the fulfillment of 50 glorious years by our institution. you, friends, for the scintillating performance. We now request Reverend Father Thomason to propose the vote of thanks. Over to Father Thomason.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this evening's program. I hope you have all enjoyed being here with us. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks to all those without whose help and cooperation we would have not even able to put up this show. To begin with, I express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our chief guest, Reverend Dr. Father Felix Raj, for sparing his valuable time with us in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you, Father. We would like to thank all our guests of honor who have graced this occasion by their presence. I would like to thank fathers and sisters for being with us today. I would like to thank our superior, Reverend Father Michael Fosho, our headmaster, Reverend Father M.S. Arokasamy, and our prefect of the secondary section, Reverend Father S. Arul Joseph, for constantly guiding us throughout the planning and the implementation of this program. I also take this opportunity to thank those parents who have extended their wholehearted support and cooperation at every step to make this program a success. I especially thank those parents who have actively participated in today's program with two of their beautiful items. I also thank the MCs of this evening for doing a wonderful job. I would like to thank all our office staff, non-teaching staff, and all our well-wishers who have directly or indirectly extended their cooperation to make this event a success. Last but not the least, I would like to mention all our teachers, students, over the past 1 month to present this beautiful evening before you. My heartfelt thanks to them. Let us give them a big hand. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to this end of this cultural evening. Thank you all once again. Now I request all of you to stand up for the national anthem.
All of you.
जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे
ভরতো না।
Dear ladies and gentlemen, in 1963, when Durgapur was still young, the Jesuit fathers took up the mammoth task of igniting young minds in Durgapur. And inspired by the blessings of God Almighty and our great saints like Ignatius of Loyola and Saint Francis Xavier, the patron saint of our school, St. Xavier School Durgapur today has emerged a premier institution of the region. For 50 glorious years since its inception, our alma mater, in its sunny ambience, has been catering to the emotional and intellectual needs of a changing society, making studying a pleasure by preventing discontent, and like gold in a furnace, Xaverians emerge, men of character, compassion, and competence, ready to face the challenges of life. The dream run of our institution continues. We now request Reverend Father Thomason to come on stage, where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Father Thomason will be escorted by Mrs. Pushpa Singh. We request Reverend Father K.K. Devasi to come on stage, where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Father Devasi is being escorted by Mrs. Deepamita Ghosh. Request Reverend Father Arogya Sami, our headmaster, to come on stage where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Father Headmaster is being escorted by Pompa Man. Hello. Father Headmaster is an able administrator, ever positive in his outlook, and a vibrant enthusiast. Ladies and gentlemen, we now request the man of the moment, our chief guest, Reverend Father Boris de Santos, the Vice Principal of St. Xavier's Collegiate School, Kolkata, to come on stage where he will be receiving a floral tribute. Father Boris de Santos will be escorted by our one and only Arundhati Miss. A man of prayers, a man with a heart of gold, a benevolent man. This is what our chief guest is. Thank you, fathers. We now go on to the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. Light, ladies and gentlemen, is a symbol of joy and of life-giving power. We shall now witness the lighting of the ceremonial lamp to mark this auspicious occasion today. We request our chief guest, Reverend Father Boris de Santos, to come and light the ceremonial lamp. Master, Reverend Father Arogyasamy, to come and light the lamp. We request Reverend Father K.K. Devasi to come and light the ceremonial lamp. Request Reverend Father Arul to come and light the ceremonial lamp. We request Reverend Father Thomason to come and light the ceremonial lamp. The teacher coordinator of our school, Ms. Paramita Ganguly, is requested to light the lamp. Thank you. Nothing can be achieved without God's blessings. We start with a prayer song, Hriday Badal Do Mera.
May I be
Today, we had a scintillating cultural program by our primary students as a part of the Golden Jubilee celebration of St. Xavier School, Durgapur. Today's program, I have no doubt, will prove to be a memorable one as the preparation for today's function has been quite satisfactory. I also extend, on behalf of the staff and students of St. Xavier School, Durgapur, a warm welcome to our chief guest, Father Boris DeSantos, the Vice Principal of St. Xavier School, Kolkata. Father Boris has been in the school ministry for several years now. He has worked in almost all the English medium schools of the Kolkata province of the Society of Jesus. He has rendered his service as a teacher, administrator, philosopher and guide to thousands of students in St. Xavier School, Burdwan, St. Xavier School, Haldia, St. Xavier School, Durgapur, our own school, and now, for the third time, in St. Xavier School, Collegiate School, Kolkata. Father Boris, being a Xaverian himself, has a huge fan following him. I was privileged enough to work with Father Boris in 1993 when I was appointed as a regent to teach at St. Xavier's Collegiate School, Kolkata. It was my first teaching assignment and I was quite nervous about it. But Father Boris and Brilliance took a good care of me and always encouraged me if I had made any blunder in my work. I remember very vividly today a kind gesture of Father Boris towards me. It was my first day at St. Xavier's Collegiate School, Kolkata. We both entered the dining hall together for a cup of tea after the school got over. Father Boris took my right hand gently and led me towards a cupboard. He opened the cupboard and brought out a bottle of Horlicks. He prepared a Horlicks drinks for me to have. That was indeed a kind gesture of a kind-hearted Boris. I am deeply indebted to you, Father Boris, for another reason. You took upon yourself the responsibility of preparing a meaningful liturgy for my first Mass, which I said for the students of St. Xavier's Collegiate School and College on 3rd December 1997 to make the day a memorable one for me. Thank you, Father Boris, and I shall always cherish your companionship. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to all the fathers, starting with Father Dubois, the first headmaster of St. Xavier School, Durgapur, and to my predecessor, Father Devasi, who is present today with us. With your support, dear parents and staff, I hope to build upon what the others have done for the growth of this esteemed institution. Let us strive to keep the Xaverian flag flying very high. Thank you, and God bless you all. Dear parents, staff and students relax today, enjoy the program. Don't get tensed about the heavy schedule that is lying ahead of you. Tomorrow is the 3rd December, the feast of St. Francis Xavier, the patron saint of our school. 4th December is Tuesday. You may think that it is too much for you to come to school on Tuesday after the month-long preparation and work. St. Francis gave you all a grace which he asked me to convey to you all. Tomorrow, the 3rd December, you celebrate his feast day, and on 4th December, that is on Tuesday, you rest at home. You take rest. You need not to come to school. You take enough rest, and now you relax and have an enjoyable evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. The senior most faculty member of our school, Mr. Uday Bhanu Ray, now takes over to introduce our chief guest, Reverend Father Boris DeSantis.
Good evening, everybody. This morning, I met a septuagenarian gentleman. Well, I say septuagenarian, but he's actually 78. And he gave me a fine line. God writes straight on crooked lines. I was slightly uneasy with this sudden allusion to theology. But then, this gentleman, having lost his father at a very early age, had to take up a job in Calcutta Electric Supply Corporation, and he had no connection whatsoever with the Jesuit Society. And now today, the same gentleman, having joined the Society of Jesus rather late in his youth, and finally becoming the vice principal of Calcutta St. Xavier's Collegiate School, Kolkata, here is Father Boris DeSantis. Jesuit fathers, they dedicate themselves toward the service of humanity. That's no surprise. Some of them automatically come to the fore because of their exuberance, while the others, because they are quiet, they do the same service but staying at the background. Father DeSantis is one such person. Of course, he and I, we have another bond together. That is, we joined the school together. He as a regent, I as a teacher. The scholar in this person has taken care of the educational needs of countless students. The pianist in him has enriched many concerts. And even though right now his knees don't quite obey his orders, but believe it or not, the trekker in him has taken him to the heights of the Pindari glaciers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to felicitate this reticent Jesuit, the Calcutta man. Actually, I wanted to say Calcutta boy. May I now request our Father Headmaster to present him with the Uttario. Ladies and gentlemen, I expect a standing ovation. Please rise up and give a standing ovation to him. Thank you, Father Headmaster. May I once again trouble you, Father Headmaster, to present him with a plaque. Thank you very much, Father Headmaster. May I ask you, Father Boris De Santos, to encourage us with a few words from your experienced mouth.
As Uday has just said, I hope there will be a few words. But on such an occasion as this, I'm afraid I'll have to take some of your time. As he just told you, I have a saying which I find very apt to my vocation, is that God writes straight on crooked lines. As he said, I worked for 15 years in the Calcutta Electric Supply, and I had no idea of joining a school or being a teacher or any such thing. And then after 15 years, you get fed up sometimes. So when Father Boucher had said, look, I think I better turn a priest. And so I joined the society. And I remember telling the then provincial, Father Albert Potier, that, look, I'm joining late. I only finished senior Cambridge and that's it. I don't mind you put me in a small church or something like that. He said, okay. So I did what we call our novitiate philosophy. And I came back to Calcutta to take up my new assignment when suddenly the new provincial, who would later become the headmaster of Durgapur, Father Andre Broilans, excuse me, he says, leave that job and go straight to Durgapur. At that time, 1969, there were troubles around Calcutta. But I had to catch the coal field on Thursday, come to Durgapur at about 8, 9 at night, pitch dark. And I was just told, catch a cab and they know where Xavier are. So got into the cab. And at that time, this place was surrounded by the salwoods. And there was this taxi going in and out, and I was wondering, where on earth am I going? And what with hearing about trouble and what have you. But then we arrived at here, and we came, and there was a light burning for the Vautier waiting. It was Thursday night. And just before retiring, he said, oh, by the way, tomorrow Friday, school starts. You'll go to class 8 and 9, and you have to teach English, history, moral science. And that was it. And on Friday morning, some books were placed in my hand, and I had to go and start class. But that's what I mean by God writing on crooked lines. I've never looked back. And I've been in education these past 30, 40 years, for which I have to be thankful. Going back to that first day, when Father Devasi asked me to come, I said, what will I come? I was just the regent there. He said, no, you come. You be the chief. So I came. And we can leave it here. Thank you. And we came by car. And then I kept reflecting on change in this great school. We came by car, and my first thought was one day when Father Vautier said, I'm going to Calcutta, you want to come? And I said, okay. But he didn't tell me we were going by scooter. And I was sitting on the pillion. And from Durgapur to Calcutta on the scooter in those days, 1969, well, it was not very comfortable. So when we were returning on Sunday, I said, no, Father, I'll catch the coal field. You can go back on the scooter. So that was one change. Coming down these wonderful roads now and what it was like then. And when I entered I saw these lovely new buildings. And again, I went back to 69. This place where we are now, the pavilion, the primary school, etc., was a beautiful sal wood. And we took the shortcut through the wood to get to the school. And now, as you see, we've got buildings, beautiful buildings, and the change has gone forward. But one thing also I liked about that first year over here was that I think some of the senior boys would say, oh, we must have it. At that time, Xavier's was co-educational. And in that first class, I had a number of young ladies and young men. And I can tell you it was great. They found it great, I found it great. And I think Father MS will be asked, why don't we change Xavier's to co-ed? So you got something to think about. And that was how it all started. This year, that year in Xavier's. And I've never looked back. And as they say when you've done many things in your life, there's always a first love. As Father MS has said, I was in Lawrence's, Haldia, St. Xavier's, but my first school was St. Xavier's, Durgapur. And it will always remain my first love. And that was one of the reasons why I said, okay, I'll come. Because I want to come back and see it. And so things went on. I look at the staff today, so many new faces. And then I go back to 69 and I see Mr. Uday Roy. As he said, he was the first maths teacher. I had come to get into this new line of teaching. And the thing that I remember is that on this field alongside, and that's the only thing that has not changed. As it is now, it was then. And one day Father Uche tells us, I think we'll have sports. So I said, okay. So I had to go off to Calcutta and get trophies, cups and medals and what have you. Come back and find out we've got to lay out the field. And I knew nothing about maths at that time. So I had to call upon Uday. And the two of us in the blazing heat laid out the field for the first sports day on this premises. So you see, this school has such a lot of wonderful memories. And as I said, God writes straight on crooked lines. Because this school has gone, when you look back over 50 years, and you see the changes in the staff, changes in the students, changes in the area. But one thing remains permanent and absolute, and that is its spirit. That spirit which we found, which I experienced at Durgapur in 1969, and then subsequent years I would come back to replace Father Gilson. 1 year Father Boutier had an accident, so I was here for 6 months or so acting as headmaster. That spirit has remained the same, and because of that spirit, we can celebrate today 50 years of Durgapur. So I think it's only fair that we thank God on the various crooked lines of our existence to give us this wonderful school, this wonderful people who have built it and made it what it is today, that we can celebrate 50 years. And so, my prayers for all of you, and let us also keep up that spirit alive and face our Diamond Jubilee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. We shall now conclude the inaugural ceremony by singing our school anthem. I request everybody to rise. Everybody is requested to rise.
RP7 in Durgapur, fruit of indigo tree, where the treetops smile and sway in the chorus of bright sun, and the ambience fresh and gay, spirit of love matches none. We shall answer without fear, both great and small, when your name rings loud and clear, like a clarion call. St. Xavier's, our second home, like gold in a furnace gleam. RP7 in Durgapur, fruit of indigo tree, in this home of freedom, joy, learn as we share and play. Blue sky above, green below, use in you every day. We shall answer without fear, both great and small, when your name rings loud and clear, like a clarion call. St. Xavier's, our second home, like gold in a furnace gleam. RP7 in Durgapur, fruit of indigo tree, like your aura spread around, may we be bright and green, like the gold you make abound, may we be strong and clean. We shall answer without fear, both great and small, when your name rings loud and clear, like a clarion call. St. Xavier's, our second home, like gold in a furnace gleam. RP7 in Durgapur, fruits of indigo tree, fruits of indigo tree, fruits of indigo tree.
Join us! Our caring teachers and students will now take you through a picturesque tour of the school and its ambience, leading up to its 50th year. We are now ready for the Golden Jubilee musical soiree.
Dream run carries on, dream run carries on, dream run carries on, dream run carries on. Glorious 50 years, dream run carries on. Bless us, Lord God, all the way. Dream run carries on. Bless us, Xavier, straight from Lavery. Bless us, Indigo, pride of Loyola. See your dream come true in Durgapur, the city of sea, in sunny Bengal. Oh, come and be with us, this great hour of joy. One of us today, we welcome one and all, one and all. Dream run carries on.
summer under blue sky.
Dreamland carries on.
Look down, does our flag fly high.
Dreamland carries on. 50 years and marching on. Our alumni who was breaken.
Our happy family, merry Xavierians, with kind support staff, able faculty.
Oh, come and be with us. This great hour of joy. Be one of us today. We welcome one and all.
One and all.
Dreamland carries on. ছায়াময় তরু সাথী, শত ফুল শত পাখি, কত না রঙিন পাখা, প্রজাপতি ওরে ঘাসে ঘাসে। লেখা শ্রাবণ ধারায় ভিজে মাটির বাসে, আকুল করে ওরে আয় রে, দেখ রে নেতা, শ্রাবণ ধারায় ভিজে মাটির বাসে, আকুল করে সকাশিনের ওই নীল আকাশে মেঘের স্বপন। আহা মেঘের স্বপন চোখে আঁকি, সেন্ট জেভিয়ার্স, ওরা তোমার কোলে থাকি। চিরদিন তোমার স্নেহ, চিরদিন তোমার স্নেহ, ডাকে মোদের যেন মোরা। আহা যেন মোরা নীরের পাখি, সেন্ট জেভিয়ার্স, ওরা তোমার কোলে থাকি।
In summer heat or winter cold,
Dreamland carries on.
let's learn and play our boys' gold.
Dreamland carries on. Many rooms and open field, yoga hall and lovely gym.
Long open corridors, lamps shining, we adore all of them, and in them we bloom.
Oh, come and be with us. This great hour of joy. Be one of us today. Welcome one and all. Dreamland carries on.
Tender March of moist July,
Dreamland carries on.
fun we have and tricks we try.
Dreamland carries on. Its faces, trees side to side, countless birds, colorful butterflies.
Our second sweet home, heaven on earth, we belong to you in harmony.
Oh, come and be with us. This great hour of joy. Be one of us today. We welcome one and all. Dreamland carries on. Jubilee, golden Jubilee, golden Jubilee. Dreamland carries on, Dreamland carries on, Dreamland carries on, Dreamland carries on.
Within time, with Shakespeare himself on stage, telling you why he had to start his plays with a lot of hustle and bustle. Here on stage today, we present the opening gambits of Julius Caesar and Macbeth.
আমরা আপনাদের সেই এলিজাবেথীয় যুগে নিয়ে যেতে চলেছি এবং মঞ্চে প্রত্যক্ষ করতে চলেছি বিখ্যাত কবি ও নাট্যকার উইলিয়াম শেক্সপিয়ারকে। আসুন তার বক্তব্য আমরা শুনি।
So now on stage we present William Shakespeare relived.
Hello everybody. I wish all of you present here a very good evening. I'm William Shakespeare and I've come over here on an invitation to attend the Golden Jubilee celebrations of St. Xavier School, Durgapur, and to bask in the nostalgia of the past glorious 50 years. On a special request from the staff and students of this school, I will now attempt to conjure before you few of the characteristics of my plays out there in Globe Theatre, London, way back in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. In the days of Queen Elizabeth, the drama was a very popular mode of affordable entertainment without any light or sound effects and certainly no loudspeakers. It was very difficult for the actors to reach out to all the members of the audience and make themselves heard above all the din and commotion they produced. For a vast majority of the audience comprised poor people, daily wage earners, laborers, rough sailors, grave diggers, and other such people who demanded their money's worth of entertainment and in cases even went wild and beat up the actors. Now I had a trying time to pacify the audience and naturally applied camouflage tricks to quieten them and drag them into watching the play attentively. Hence, the opening scene of a play was very crucial. The supernatural was something that the commoner held in abject awe. Look for yourself how I applied the trick to attract audience attention in the exposition of the play Macbeth.
When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain? When the holy ball is done, when the battle's lost and won, that will be the set of sun. Where the place? Upon the heath, there to meet with Macbeth. I come, Grey Malkin, Paddock calls, ain't on. Fair is foul, and foul is fair. Over through munched. Give me, quoth I. Orion, the witch! The ram-fed Ronion cries. Her husband's to Aleppo gone, master of the tiger. But in a sieve I'll sit a sail, and like a rat without a tail. I'll do, and I'll do. I'll give thee a wind, thou kind, and I another. I myself have all the other, and the very ports they blow, all the quarters that they know in the shipman's cart. I will drain him dry as hay, sleep till neither night nor day, hang upon his penthouse lid, he shall leave a man for me. Weary 7 nights, 9 times 9, shall he dwindle, peak, and pine? Though his bark cannot be lost, yet it shall be tempest tossed. Look, what I have. Show me, show me. Here I have a pilot's tongue, wrecked as over did it come. A drum, Macbeth doth come. The weird sisters, hand in hand, posters of the sea and land, thus to go about, thrice to thine and thrice to mine, and thrice again to make up 9. Peace, the charms wound up.
So foul and fair a day I have not seen. How far is it called to forest? What are these? So withered and so wild in their attire that look not like the inhabitants of the earth, and yet are on it. Live you? Or are you what that man may question? You seem to understand me. By each at once a chappy finger laying upon her skinny lips. You should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that you are so. Speak, if you can. What are you?
All hail Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of Glamis! All hail Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor! All hail Macbeth! Thou shalt be king hereafter.
Good, sir. Why do you start and seem to fear things that do sound so fair? In the name of truth, are ye fantastical, or that indeed
which outwardly ye show? My noble partner you greet with present grace and great prediction of noble having and of royal hope, that he seems wrapped withal. To me you speak not. If you can look into the seeds of time and say which grain will grow and which will not, speak then to me, who neither beg nor fear your favors nor your hate.
Hail! 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 Lesser than Macbeth and greater. Not so happy, yet much happier. Thou shalt get kings, though thou be none. So hail Macbeth and Banquo! Banquo and Macbeth, all hail!
Stay, you imperfect speakers. Tell me more. By Sinner's death, I know I am Thane of Glamis. But how of Cawdor? The Thane of Cawdor lives, a prosperous gentleman, and to be king stands not within the prospect of belief, no more than to be Cawdor. Say from whence you owe this strange intelligence, or why upon this blasted heath you stop our way with such prophetic greeting. Speak, I charge you.
The earth hath bubbles, as the water has, and these are of them. Whither are they vanished?
Into the air, and what seemed corporeal melted as breath into the wind. Would they had stayed?
Were such things here as we do speak about? Or have we eaten on the insane root that takes the reason prisoner?
Your children shall be kings?
You shall be king!
And the Thane of Cawdor too? Went it not so?
To the self-same tune and words. The audience in my days enjoyed the theme of regality in history. I felt that the history of Julius Caesar would perhaps be up to their taste. Obviously, I had to twist the history a bit for dramatic purposes. In an attempt to quell opposition, the Roman triumvirate Julius Caesar had waged war against another Roman triumvirate, Pompey, and had killed him. He now comes back to Rome and has declared a victory celebration in which the Romans are deeply festive. They cheer, applaud, and celebrate without realizing that Caesar had not achieved victory over any foreign king, but had actually shed Roman blood. The first scene, as you shall now see, presents the Roman tribunes Marullus and Flavius, who do not support Caesar's tyrannical actions. They exert their authority and disperse a festive crowd, making them feel repentant. I take the occasion to present Caesar himself, goading the theme forward and arousing the people's curiosity to know what happened later. Let's see for ourselves how the play Julius Caesar was exposed to the people.
Caesar! Caesar! Hail the great Caesar! 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 Hail the great
Caesar! Great Caesar! Great Caesar! Hail the great Caesar! 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 Hail the great Caesar! Long live Caesar! Hail Caesar! Hail the great Caesar! Caesar! Hands! Home, you idle creatures! Get you home! Is this a holiday? What? Know you not? Being mechanical, you ought not walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession. Speak! What trade art thou? Why, sir, a carpenter. Where is thy leather apron and thy rule? What dost thou with thy best apparel on? You, sir? What trade are you? Truly, sir, in respect of a fine workman, but as you would say, a cobbler. But what trade art thou? Answer me directly. A trade, sir, that I hope I may use with a safe conscience, which is indeed, sir, a mentor of bad soul. What trade? Thou knave, thou naughty knave, what trade? Nay, I beseech you, sir, be not out with me. Yet if you be out, sir, I can mend you. What meanest thou by that? Mend me, thou saucy fellow? Why, sir, cobble you? Thou art a cobbler, art thou? Truly, sir, all that I live by is with thee all. I meddle with no tradesmen's matters, no women's matters. But with all, I'm indeed, sir, a sergeant to old shoes. When they are in great danger, I recover them. As proper men as ever trod upon neat's leather have gone upon my handiwork. But wherefore are not in thy shop today? Why dost thou lead this man about the streets? Truly, sir, to wear out their shoes, to get myself into more work. But indeed, sir, we make holiday to see Caesar and to rejoice in his triumph. Caesar! Wherefore rejoice? What conquest brings thee home? What tributaries follow him to Rome? To grace in captive bonds his chariot wheels? You blocks! You stones! You worse than senseless things! Oh, you hard hearts! You cruel men of Rome! Knew you not Pompey? Many a time and oft have you climbed up to walls and battlements, to towers and windows, yeah, to chimney tops, your infants in your arms, and they have sat the livelong day in patient expectation to see great Pompey pass the streets of Rome. And when you saw his chariot but appear, have you not made an universal shout that Tiber trembled underneath her banks to hear the replication of your sounds made in her concave shores? And you now put on your best attire? And you now call out a holiday? And you now shoot flowers in his way that comes in triumph over Pompey's blood? Be gone! Run to your houses! Fall upon your knees! Pray to the gods to intermit the plague that needs much light on this ingratitude. Go, go, good countrymen, and for this fault assemble all the poor men of your sort. Draw them to Tiber banks and weep your tears into the channel till the lowest stream do kiss the most exalted shores of all. See whether their basest metal be not moved. They vanish tongue-tied in their guiltiness. Go you down that way towards the Capitol. This way will I disrobe the images. If you do find them decked with ceremony. Caesar! Great Caesar! Caesar! Hail Caesar! Hail Caesar! Hail Caesar! Hail! Peace, ho!
Caesar speaks.
Antonius,
Caesar, my lord.
forget not in your speed, Antonius, to touch California. For our elders say, the Baron, touched in this holy chase, shake off their sterile curls.
I shall remember. When Caesar says, do this, it is performed.
Set on and leave no ceremony out.
Caesar!
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 Ah! Who calls?
Bid every noise be still. Peace yet again.
Who is it in the press that calls on me? I hear a tongue shriller than all the music cry Caesar. Speak, Caesar is turned to hear.
Beware the Ides of March.
What man is that?
A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March.
Now set him before me. Let me see his face.
Fellow, come from the throng. Look upon Caesar.
What says to me now? Speak once again.
Beware the Ides of March.
He is a dreamer. Let us leave him. Pass.
Great Caesar!
Hail Caesar!
Great Caesar!
Hail Caesar! Hail Caesar! Hail Caesar!
That through the glimpses of the two plays, you've got an idea about the drama in my days. We could have entertained you a lot more, but other items are yet to be presented. So long, farewell. Enjoy! Consists of our patron saint, Saint Francis Xavier, the Jesuit fathers, the staff members, the students, and most importantly, the parents of our beloved students. Mothers of high school students are coming on stage with the mesmerizing mudras of Kathak.
শ্রীমতী অলপী ব্যানার্জি ও শ্রীমতী রাজশ্রী চট্টোপাধ্যায় এখন কত্থক নৃত্য পরিবেশন করবেন।
मालती गुंधाए देश प्यार घुगवारे मालती गुंधाए देश प्यार घुगवारे मुख दामिनी सिद्धम खत चाल मतवारी चाल मतवारी चाल मतवारी
ढाई शाम रोक लई रोक लई रोक लई ढाई शाम रोक लई और चक मुख चूम लई मुख चूम लई मुख चूम लई सर से मोरी चुनरी गई 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 सर से मोरी चुनरी गई सरक 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 काहे छेड़ छेड़ मुहे गरवाला गाए काहे छेड़ छेड़ मुहे गरवाला गाए दधकी भरी मटकी दधकी भरी मटकी लई जात रही डगर बीच आहट सुन आहट सुन आहट सुन जियरा गयो धड़क 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 काहे छेड़ 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 मोहे कर पकड़त चूड़िया सब कर के कर के कर के कर के कर पकड़त चूड़िया सब कर के कर के कर के जिंदा शाम मलकनाई जिंदा शाम मलकनाई कैसे कहूँ मैं अपने जिया के सुनत नाही माई काहे छेड़ छेड़ मोहे
Our next program, Festivals of India, a colorful journey. We now present before you a grand concert, a bouquet of various festivals of the land, celebrated across the country by people of different religions, with commentary on the legends associated with them.
Grandpa! Oh, Rahul, you are back early today. So, how was your first day at school this term?
Oh, Grandpa, it was great.
Good for you. By the way, did you have any studies?
No studies as such, but our teacher told us about this year's project. It is Colors of India. We have to select 8 to 10 festivals celebrated all across India. Find out about them and then write and stick pictures.
Oh, Rahul, that's great. I will help you with it.
Grandpa, then which festival should we start with?
Since you study in a Christian missionary school, you ought to know about Easter, which will be celebrated this month of April. There is a period of 40 days before Easter called Lent.
What is Lent, Grandpa?
Lent is a period of prayer and fasting to remember Jesus Christ 40 days fast in the desert. During the week before Easter Sunday, church services remind us of the last days of Christ's life on earth. Good Friday marks the day when Christ was crucified and died.
Then why is it called Good Friday when it is such a sad day?
It is called Good Friday because Christians believe that Jesus had laid down his life for the good of all of us. But Easter Sunday is a day of great rejoicing because Jesus rose from the dead on this day. So it is a time of new life for everyone.
Oh yes, I did learn an Easter song in my junior classes. It goes something like Easter
Bunny, looking kind of funny with your basket of eggs. Children singing, What's the bunny bringing for me on Easter Day? Mom is cooking while we're out there looking for the eggs hidden away. After church we gather round with family on this Easter Day.
2,000 years ago, Jesus died for our sins. Remember his resurrection and the joy it brings.
Flowers blooming, springtime's looming, everything is coming alive. Easter colors, yellow, blue, and others tell us spring has arrived. Children are playing and everybody's saying, so good to see you today. We're all together, the merrier the better, on this Easter holiday. Good to see you today.
2,000 years ago, Jesus died for our sins. Remember his resurrection and the joy it brings.
Flowers are blooming and springtime's looming. Oh, what a wonderful day. We're all together, the more of us the better, on this Easter holiday. A lovely Easter holiday.
Now my project is ready and I'm sure. And my first festival is ready.
Well, Rahul, in the middle of the month of April, we also start the new Hindu calendar. The first day of Baisakh is celebrated as Poila Boishakh in the east and Baisakhi in the north. The Punjabis celebrate Baisakhi in a big way. It is also a harvest festival. They are thankful to God for a good harvest and they do Bhangra dance to celebrate it.
Oh wow, Bhangra dance!
ਅੱਜ ਮੇਲਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਪੈਣੀਆਂ ਧਮਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਕਰਦੀ ਕਮਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਅੱਜ ਮੇਲਿਆਂ 'ਚ ਪੈਣੀਆਂ ਧਮਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਕਰਦੀ ਕਮਾਲ ਸੋਹਣਿਆ
ओ बोले अंग्रेजी मुंडा ओ करदा तेजी मुंडा लगाता वोटा ईशाई ओ बोले विलेज को गंदा बदला है ये बंदा है भूला वो देसी ताने इंग्लिश गाने अंदर जाता नुक्स निगाने काम ढाम गाना अंदर जाता नुक्स निगाने काम ढाम गाना पार समुंदर जाके उसने इतना ही जाना सज धज के दर्शन में रहना के सज धज के दर्शन में रहना ते बन ठन के जशन में रहना के सज धज के दर्शन में रहना
ਚੱਕ ਦੇ ਢੋਲੀਆ
taken Dia along, my little sister would have enjoyed a lot.
Good to see you so affectionate about your sister. Today I will tell you a festival of brothers and sisters. That is Raksha Bandhan. Sisters tie Rakis on the wrist of their brothers, praying for long life and seeking protection. It is celebrated on the full moon night of the month of Shravan.
Then Dia should also tie one to me.
Of course, we will ask Dia to tie a Rakhi on you this Raksha Bandhan.
ये रक्षा बंधन सबसे बड़ा त्योहार है। ये रक्षा बंधन सबसे बड़ा त्योहार है। बंधवा लो राखी, बंधवा लो राखी, बहना का इसमें प्यार है। ये रक्षा बंधन सबसे बड़ा त्योहार है। इस राखी के बदले में तुम देश की रक्षा करना। देशद्रोही हूँ और बाहर के दुश्मन से तुम लड़ना। अपने प्यारे भैया से अपने प्यारे भैया से ये कहने का अधिकार है। ये रक्षा बंधन, ये रक्षा बंधन सबसे बड़ा त्योहार है।
Such a beautiful festival.
Oh, yes. And 8 days after that is Janmashtami, or the birth of Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna is believed to have been born to Vasudeva and Devaki in the prison at midnight, and amidst a lot of thunderstorm and rain in Mathura, to save little Krishna from the hands of his angry maternal uncle Kanch. His father Vasudeva escaped and crossed the river. There he left Krishna with Yashoda, his foster mother, where he grew up like any other young boy of his age, but with certain supernatural powers. As Lord Krishna was fond of butter, even today on Janmashtami, men and boys make human pyramids to reach and break the pot of butter tied at an height.
छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल
छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल
हरी छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल आगे आगे गैया पीछे पीछे ग्वाल
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 बीच में मेरो मदन गोपाल
बीच में मेरो मदन गोपाल
छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल
छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल
हरी छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल
गोविंदा आला रे आला जरा मटकी संभाल ब्रिज बाला गोविंदा आला रे आला जरा मटकी संभाल ब्रिज बाला अरे एक दो और तीन चार संग पाँच छः सात हैं ग्वाला अरे एक दो और तीन चार संग पाँच छः सात हैं ग्वाला गोविंदा आला रे आला जरा मटकी संभाल ब्रिज बाला
Grandpa, now I have 4 festivals for my project. You know something, Grandpa? Today, my friend Saklen told me about the festival Eid, and he also gave me biryani and sevai, which his mother had made yesterday.
What did he tell you?
He told me that the new moon on the day of Eid marks the end of the holy month of Ramzan. The Muslims fast the whole month from dawn to dusk and break the fast on this day. It is in fact during this month that Prophet Muhammad sat in a cave on Mount Hira when angel Gabriel appeared and gave him God's message, which was later written as the holy book of Quran. They celebrate Eid by saying the namaz and then meeting and greeting each other.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allah
अस्सलाम ईद का है यारों ये प्यार अस्सलाम वालेकुम अस्सलाम ईद का है यारों ये प्याम ये ईद का त्योहार है खुशियों का है त्योहार ये ईद का त्योहार है खुशियों का है त्योहार ना तेरा है ना मेरा है ये सबका है त्योहार ये प्यार का पैगाम है ये प्यार का पैगाम मुबारक ईद मुबारक मुबारक ईद मुबारक मुबारक ईद मुबारक मुबारक ईद मुबारक मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सबको है सलाम चाहे वो रहमान हो या भाई अपना नाम हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सबको है सलाम
प्यार ही आगाज हो और प्यार ही अंजाम खुशियों के इस मौसम की कभी ना आए शाम
ये ईद का त्योहार है खुशियों का है त्योहार ये सबका है त्योहार ये प्यार का पैगाम है ये प्यार का पैगाम मुबारक ईद मुबारक मुबारक ईद मुबारक हाय मुबारक ईद मुबारक मुबारक ईद मुबारक
Rahul, how is your project coming out? By the way, why don't you ask your brother about the most popular festival of Kerala, Onam? He has a friend who invites him every year for Onam.
Dada, can you please help me with my project on writing about Onam?
All right, dear. Come, I will tell you the story behind it first.
Yes, that will be nice.
The legend goes that King Mahabali had made Kerala such a land of happiness and prosperity that even the gods grew jealous of him. So one day, Lord Vishnu disguised himself in the form of a dwarf Brahmin and came begging for 3 feet land to King Mahabali. The king merrily agreed and asked him to measure it himself. Lord Vishnu at once took up a gigantic form. With 1 foot, he covered the entire earth. With the second, the whole sky. And as there was no place left for the 3rd foot, King Mahabali lowered his own head. But before Lord Vishnu could put his foot on Mahabali and send him to Patal, Mahabali prayed to be allowed to come once a year to Kerala to see the well-being of his people.
So, Dada, is it on this day that King Mahabali revisits Kerala that the people celebrate Onam?
Exactly! And the people celebrate it in different ways. Boat races are held depicting unity and harmony. Women perform Thiruvathirakali and make pukkalams to show prosperity, as it is also a harvest season.
ജയിലെ കൊച്ചു പെണ്ണെ കുയിലാളെ കൊട്ടു വേണം കുഴൽ വേണം കുരവ വേണം വരവേൽക്കാനാളു വേണം കൊടി തോരണങ്ങൾ വേണം വിജയ ശ്രീലാളിതരായി വരുന്നു ഞങ്ങൾ ചമ്പക്കുളം പള്ളിക്കൊരു വള്ളംകളി പെരുന്നാള് അമ്പലപ്പുഴയിൽ ഒരു ചുറ്റുവിളക്ക് കരുമാടിക്കുട്ടൻ ഇന്ന് പനനീർ കവടിയട്ടൻ കാവിളം വയ്ക്കുന്ന രാത്രി കേരുടന്തുക്കോ
which you had told me when I was small.
Okay, then you will have to give me a share of the pocket money this week.
Okay, done. That's a deal.
Once upon a time, there lived a demon called Mahishashur. He prayed with a lot of devotion to Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma was so pleased that he gave him a boon that no man can ever defeat him. Mahishashur was so happy that he, along with other asuras, started misusing the power. They started hurting and killing men and gods. The gods, very disturbed and harassed, decided to go and complain to Lord Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshwar, and to help them solve their problem. The gods concentrated hard and finally used their radiant energies to create the Divine Lady. All the gods gave their weapons and skills to this lady. Thus, Goddess Durga was created, who went on to defeat Mahishashur. Ashur with a trident when she is believed to visit her maternal home along with her children Karthik, Ganesha, Lakshmi and Saraswati in the month of Ashwin. This is a major festival of the East where people celebrate the victory of good over evil. It is a time for friends to get together and enjoy.
ॐ जयतं देवी चामुण्डे जय भूतापहारिणि जय सर्वगते देवी कालरात्रि नमस्तुते जयन्ती मङ्गला काली भद्रकाली कपालिनी दुर्गा शिवा क्षमा धात्री स्वाहा स्वधा नमस्तुते या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः
তালে কোমর দোলে খুশিতে নাচে মন আজ বাজা কাসর জমা আসর থাকবে মা আর কতক্ষণ ঢাকের তালে কোমর দোলে খুশিতে নাচে মন আজ বাজা কাসর জমা আসর থাকবে মা আর কতক্ষণ মায়ের রূপে মন ভরে যায় প্রণাম জানাই রাঙা পায় করে ধুনচি দুহাতে নাচে রে এখন ঢাকের তালে কোমর দোলে খুশিতে নাচে মন আজ বাজা কাসর জমা আসর থাকবে মা আর কতক্ষণ বলো দুর্গা মাই কি বলো দুর্গা মাই কি তালে কোমর দোলে খুশিতে নাচে মন আজ বাজা কাসর জমা আসর থাকবে মা আর কতক্ষণ
Also believed that Lord Rama prayed to goddess Durga and with her blessings succeeded in defeating Ravana, the king of Lanka, and rescued Sita. So the 10th day of the Durga Puja is celebrated as Dasera in the north. The day when Lord Rama returned to Ayodhya along with wife Sita and brother Lakshman. After 14 years of exile and after defeating Ravana, that day is celebrated as Diwali. As it was a new moon night and darkness all round, the people of Ayodhya lit up their place with lamps to welcome Lord Rama.
सर पे मुकुट सजे मुख पे उजाला, मुख पे उजाला, हाथ धनुष गले में पुष्पमाला, हम दास इनके ये सब के स्वामी, अनजान हम ये अंतर्यामी। शीश झुकाओ राम गुण गाओ, बोलो जय विष्णु के अवतारी। राम जी की निकली सवारी, राम जी की लीला है न्यारी। राम जी की निकली सवारी, राम जी की लीला है न्यारी। एक तरफ लक्ष्मण एक तरफ सीता, बीच में जगत के पालनहारी। राम जी की निकली सवारी, राम जी की लीला है न्यारी न्यारी। राम जी की निकली सवारी, राम जी की लीला है न्यारी।
Grandpa, you know, I finished with 9 festivals. That's very good. As Christmas is approaching, I think I'll add that to my project as well. Why don't you ask your father to help you? With that too, he will be good. Hey, Dada, can you please tell me something about Christmas as well? Of course. I've just written about Christmas for my assignment. I will read it out to you. The feast of Jesus Christ is observed on 25th of December. Christians mark the birth of Jesus Christ by participating in special midnight mass organized in churches on Christmas Eve. Indian Christians adopted many traditional Indian practices in their Christmas celebration. Along with cakes and cookies, they also serve Indian delicacies. They light clay lamps and diyas, and in some rural areas, they decorate banana and mango trees in place of traditional pine tree. In big cities, Christmas celebrations has acquired a secular overtone. The Christmas spirit is the spirit of love, peace, and happiness, spirit of caring and sharing. It grips all Indians, and together they take part in the joy and gaiety that marks this very special day.
conclude my project? Do you think we should write about any more festivals? Well, there are many more. But maybe we can do them in some other class. Grandpa, before I complete my project, please sing that holy song for me, which you keep humming all the time. Please? Okay. Let's see. I'll try.
होरी खेले रघुबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा। हाँ, हिल मिल आवे लोग लुगाई, हिल मिल आवे लोग लुगाई। अरे होरी खेले रघुबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा। या होरी खेले रघुबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा। अरे होरी खेले रघुबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा। हट तलक दिनी दिख तकताल
जा जनन धान
अरे दिखनी हट दिनी दिख दिन तो
कारे काहे है का जनन धान दा
होरी खेले रघुबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा।
हिल मिल आवे लोग लुगाई, भाई महलन में वीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा। अरे होरी खेले रघुबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा।
आपके पाग मुझसे खेलो ना होरी
हाँ ना खिला
तोरी शपथ में उमरिया की थोरी
हाय चाचा
देखे है ऊपर से झाके नहीं अंदर सजनिया, देखे है ऊपर से झाके नहीं अंदर सजनिया। उम्र चढ़ी है दिल तो जवा है, उम्र चढ़ी है भैया दिल तो जवा है। बाहों में भर के मुझे जरा झनका दे पैजनिया, बाहों में भर के मुझे जरा झनका दे पैजनिया। सांची कहे है कबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा। अरे सांची कहे है कबीरा अवध में, होरी खेले रघुबीरा। होरी खेले रघुबीरा।
Thank you, Grandpa. Now the project is ready, and I'm sure my teacher will also like it. I love you, Grandpa.
I love you too, my dear. By the way, Rahul, did you see that though the people of India are so different, yet they are so similar too? So we should all come together and pray for India so that she continues to be united in spite of her diversity. And may the horizon of India always remain so colorful.
Pray for India, pray for India, pray for India, pray for India, pray for India. तेरा इंडिया मेरा इंडिया अपना इंडिया India, pray for India, pray for India. सारी दुनिया से है निराला इंडिया, सबकी निगाहों का उजाला इंडिया।
इसको लगे ना किसी गैर की नजर,
चमके जहां में प्यारा प्यारा इंडिया। यारो अपना तो बस एक ही खुदा, मिलके रहेंगे हम होंगे ना जुदा। बहकाए हमको न कोई शैतान, आओ मांगे मिलके खुदा से ये दुआ, प्रे फॉर इंडिया, अपना इंडिया। Pray for India, pray for India, pray for India. Pray for India, pray for India, pray for India. You love India, I love India, we love India. Pray for India, pray for India, pray for India.
गाँव शहर गली गली जाना है, प्यार का पैगाम सबको सुनाना है।
हाँ, प्यार कैदियों को है आजाद करता, प्यार दुश्मन को भी माफ करता। प्रे फॉर इंडिया, मेरा इंडिया।
You love India, I love India, God loves India too. Come lift your hands and make a prayer, and He's gonna answer you.
हमको है इंडिया से मोहब्बत, हमको है हम सबको इंडिया से मोहब्बत। कामयाब हम होंगे, हाँ कामयाब हम होंगे दुआ से, दुआ से, दुआ से हम तो यारों हर बाजी जीतेंगे। जो तलवारों से जिएंगे, तलवारों से मरेंगे। मोहब्बत से हम यारों दुश्मन को जीतेंगे। Pray for India, pray for India, pray for India. मेरा इंडिया, मेरा इंडिया, अपना इंडिया। You love India, I love India, we love India. Pray for India, pray for India, pray for India.
বিধু মুখে মধুর হাসি আমি দেখতে বড় ভালো আসি আমি তাই তো তারে দেখতে আসি ভালো বাসিবে বলে ভালো বাসিনে
দ্বিতীয় পর্যায়ের লোকসঙ্গীতের মধ্যে এসে যায় ঝুমুর, কবিগান, ভাটিয়ালি, ভাওয়াইয়া, ভাদু, টুসু প্রভৃতি। বাংলা লোকসঙ্গীতের বিবর্তন দেখাতে আমরা 3টি নৃত্যগীত উপস্থাপনা করেছি। প্রথমে লোকসঙ্গীত ভালো কইরা বাজাও রে দোতারা, তারপর ভাটিয়ালি মাঝি আমারে লইয়া যাও, তারপর ঝুমু গান এই রাঙামাটির পথে লো মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি।
ভালো কইরা বাজাও গো দোতারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে ভালো কইরা বাজাও গো দোতারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে সুন্দরী কমলা সুন্দরী কমলা চরণে নূপুর রিমি জিমি কইরা বাজে রে আহা সুন্দরী কমলা চরণে নূপুর রিমি জিমি কইরা বাজে রে ভালো কইরা বাজাও গো দোতারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে ভালো কইরা বাজাও গো দোতারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে সুন্দরী কমলা পরনে শাড়ি রইদে জলমল করে রে সুন্দরী কমলা পরনে শাড়ি রইদে জলমল করে রে সুন্দরী কমলা সুন্দরী কমলা নাকে নোলক টলমল কইরা দোলে রে আহা সুন্দরী কমলা নাকে নোলক টলমল কইরা দোলে রে ভালো কইরা বাজাও গো দোতারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে ভালো কইরা বাজাও গো দোতারা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে আহা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে আহা সুন্দরী কমলা নাচে নিঝুম রাতে লইয়া শীতল মাসে সকাল দেশে লইয়া যাও ঝিঝুম রাতে লইয়া চল শীতল মাসে চকার দেশে দূর বহু আমারে লইয়া যাও ঝিঝুম রাতে লইয়া চল শীতল মাসে চকার দেশে দূর বহু মাটি কেন ফুল বাঁধিস নে কাল কেন আর ধরিস নে যাবো আমি শীতল মাসে দূর বহু দূর আমারে লইয়া যাও ঝিঝুম রাতে লইয়া চল শীতল মাসে চকার
জকার দেশে দূর বহু দূর বহু দূর শীতল মাসে জকার দেশে দূর বহু দূর বহু দূর বহু দূর বহু দূর বহু দূর বহু এই রাঙা মাটির পথে লো মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি এই রাঙা মাটির পথে লো মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি এই রাঙা মাটির পথে লো মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি বাঁশি বাজে বুকের মাঝে লো ফুল লাগে না কাজে লো রইতে নারী ঘরে হলো প্রাণ হলো উদাসী লো মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি মাদলে আর তালে তালে অঙ্গ ওঠে দোলে লো অঙ্গ ওঠে দোলে মাদলে আর তালে তালে অঙ্গ ওঠে দোলে লো অঙ্গ ওঠে দোলে দোল লাগে শাল পিয়াল বনে ছোটন গোপাল বলে লো মহুয়া বনে লুটিয়ে পড়ে মাতাল চাঁদের হাসি লো মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি রাঙা মাটির পথে লো মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি মাদল বাজে বাজে বাঁশের বাঁশি
বহু গান রচনা করেছেন যার মধ্যে বাউল গানের প্রভাব লক্ষ্য করা যায়। বিশেষত লালন ফকিরের আধ্যাত্মিক চিন্তা প্রভাবিত করেছে রবীন্দ্রনাথকে। মূল বাউল গান দেখেছি রূপসাগরে মনের মানুষ কাজা সোনার, রাবীন্দ্রিক প্রতিফলন ভেঙে মোর ঘরের চাবি নিয়ে যাবি কে আমারে আমার বন্ধুরা এখন মঞ্চে উপস্থাপন করবে। এরপরেই তারা কর্ণাটকী সঙ্গীতের প্রভাবে প্রভাবিত আজি শুভ দিনে পিতার ভবনে অমৃত সদনে চলো যাই মঞ্চে নৃত্যের তালে পরিবেশন করবে।
যাবি নিয়ে যাবি কে আমারে ও বন্ধু আমার নামে তোমার লেখা একা একা দিন যে আমার কাটে না রে ভেঙে মোর ঘরের চাবি নিয়ে যাবি কে আমারে ভেঙে মোর ঘরের চাবি নিয়ে যাবি কে আমারে বুঝি ওই রাত পোহালো বুঝি ওই রবির আলো আকাশে দেখা দিল গগন পারে বুঝি ওই রাত পোহালো বুঝি ওই রবির আলো আকাশে দেখা দিল গগন পারে সমুখে ওই ঘেরি পথ তোমার কিরণ পৌঁছবে না মোর দুয়ারে ভেঙে মোর ঘরের চাবি নিয়ে যাবি কে আমারে ভেঙে মোর ঘরের চাবি নিয়ে যাবি কে আমারে ঘরের চাবি নিয়ে আজি শুভ দিনে পিতার ভবনে অমৃত সদনে চলো যাই চলো 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 ভাই চলো 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 ভাই আজি শুভ দিনে পিতার ভবনে অমৃত সদনে চলো যাই রাজানি শেখা কত শুভ মিলি আনন্দের নিকেতনে রাজানি শেখা কত শুভ মিলি আনন্দের নিকেতনে চলো 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 যাই চলো চলো
ভারতবর্ষের স্বাধীনতা সংগ্রামের সময় স্বদেশী গান ছিল গণজাগরণের এক শক্তিশালী মাধ্যম। স্মরণ করি সেই কালজয়ী চারণ কবি মুকুন্দ দাস, নাট্যকবি দ্বিজেন্দ্রলাল রায়, মরমী কবি অতুল প্রসাদ সেন, ভক্ত কবি রজনীকান্ত, বিশ্বকবি রবীন্দ্রনাথ, বিদ্রোহী কবি নজরুল ও আরো অনেক সমসাময়িক কবি সত্তাকে ভারতবর্ষের স্বাধীনতা সংগ্রামের সময় পীতাম্বর দাস বাউলের কথায় ও প্রচলিত সুরে শহীদ ক্ষুদিরাম বসুর স্মরণে গাওয়া একবার বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি গানটি এখন আমার বন্ধুরা মঞ্চস্থ করবে।
বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি, একবার বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি, হাসি হাসি পড়ব ফাঁসি দেখবে জগৎবাসী, আমি হাসি হাসি পড়ব ফাঁসি দেখবে জগৎবাসী, একবার বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি, একবার বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি। কলের বোমা তৈরি করে দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম রাস্তার ধারে মা গো, বড় লাটকে মারতে গিয়ে মারলাম আর এক ইংল্যান্ডবাসী, একবার বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি, একবার বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি, বিদায় দে মা ঘুরে আসি।
গানের ধারার বিবর্তনে এরপরে আসে দেশি বিদেশি সুরাশ্রয়ী বাংলা গান, সঙের গান, যাত্রার গান, থিয়েটারি গান, সিনেমার গান, রবীন্দ্রসঙ্গীত, দ্বিজেন্দ্র গীতি, অতুল প্রসাদী, কান্তগীতি, নজরুল গীতি এবং আধুনিক জীবনমুখী বাংলা গান। এর মধ্যে শিবদাস বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের কথায় ভূপেন হাজারিকার গাওয়া সেই বিখ্যাত গান বিস্তীর্ণ দুপারে অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনে পরবর্তীকালে সুকান্ত ভট্টাচার্যের কথায় সলিল চৌধুরীর সুরে হেমন্ত মুখোপাধ্যায়ের গাওয়া রানার ছুটেছে তাই ঝুমঝুম, এই গান দুটি আমার বন্ধুরা এখন মঞ্চে পরিবেশন করবে।
অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি, ও গঙ্গা বইছ কেন, বিস্তীর্ণ দুপারে অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি, ও গঙ্গা বইছ কেন, বিস্তীর্ণ দুপারে অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি, ও গঙ্গা বইছ কেন। রানার চলেছে তাই ঝুম ঝুম ঘন্টা বাজছে রাতে, রানার চলেছে খবরের বোঝা হাতে, রানার চলেছে রানা, রাত্রির পথে পথে চলে কোনো দেশের জানে না মানা, দিগন্ত থেকে দিগন্তে ছোটে রানার কাজ নিয়ে এসেছে নতুন খবর, রানার জানায় জানার বোঝা আছে তার কাঁধে, বোঝায় জাহাজ রানার চলেছে চিঠি আর সংবাদে, রানার জানায় জানার বোঝা আছে তার কাঁধে, বোঝায় জাহাজ রানার চলেছে চিঠি আর সংবাদে, রানার চলেছে বুঝি ভোর হয় হয়, রানার চলেছে বুঝি ভোর হয় হয়, আরো জোরে রানার দুর্বার দুর্জয়, তার জীবনের স্বপ্নের মতো পিছে সরে যায় মন, আরো পথ বুঝি হয় লাল পূর্ব কত ভয় তবুও রানার চোটে, দস্যুর ভয় তার চেয়েও ভয় কখন সূর্য ওঠে, রাত নির্জন পথে কত ভয় তবুও রানার চোটে, দস্যুর ভয় তার চেয়ে ভয় কখন সূর্য ওঠে, কত চিঠি লেখে লোকে, কত সুখে প্রেমে আবেগে চিঠিতে, কত দুঃখের সুখে, এই দুঃখের কথা জানবে না কেউ জানি কোনোদিনও, এর জীবনে জানবে কবে জানবে পথের দিনও, এর দুঃখের কথা জানবে না কেউ শহরেও গ্রামে, এর কথা ঢাকা পড়ে থাকবে ভালো রাতের ভাবে, দরদে রানার চোখ কাঁপে মিটি মিটি, একে যে ভোরের আকাশ পাঠাবে সহানুভূতির চিঠি, রানার কি হবে বোঝাবো কি হবে ক্ষুধার ক্রান্তিতে খোয়ে খোয়ে, রানার ভোর তো হয়েছে আকাশ হয়েছে লাল, আলোর স্পর্শে কেটে যাবে কবে এই দুঃখের কাল, রানার গ্রামে রানার সময় হয়েছে নতুন খবর,
সঙ্গীতের বিবর্তনে বর্তমান প্রজন্মের জন্য সুমন চট্টোপাধ্যায় যে জীবনমুখী গানের ধারার প্রবর্তন করেছেন, তা ক্রমে ক্রমে ভূমি, চন্দ্রবিন্দু, ফসিলস ইত্যাদি নানা ব্যান্ডের গান হয়ে অতি সম্প্রতি অনুপম রায়ের থিম সঙ্গে এসে পৌঁছেছে। তাই ভূমি ব্যান্ডের বারান্দায় রোদ্দুর এবং আধুনিক প্রজন্মের জনপ্রিয় গায়ক অনুপম রায়ের আমাকে আমার মতো থাকতে দাও, এই গান দুটি দিয়ে আমাদের এই সঙ্গীতের নৃত্যানুষ্ঠান এখানে শেষ করছি।
বারান্দায় রোদ্দুর, আমি আরামে দাঁড়ায় বসে দুপানা চাই রে, বারান্দায় রোদ্দুর, আমি আরামে দাঁড়ায় বসে দুপানা চাই রে, গরম চাই সুমুতি, আমি খবরের কাগজ নিয়ে বসে পানা রে, কলিকের ঘন্টা শুনে ছুটতে গিয়ে দরজা খুলি, কলিকের ঘন্টা শুনে ছুটতে গিয়ে দরজা খুলি, দারোয়ান দাঁড়ায় এসে তোমার দেখা নাই, তোমার দেখা নাই রে, 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 তোমার দেখা নাই। ছুটতে গিয়ে দরজা খুলি কলিংয়ের ঘন্টা শুনে ছুটতে গিয়ে দরজা খুলি সেলসম্যানটাই বোঝায় তোমার দেখা নাই তোমার দেখা নাই রে 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 তোমার দেখা নাই টেবিলে মানি প্ল্যান শুধু মানির দেখা নাই গো আমার পক্কা পকেটে টেবিলে মানি প্ল্যান শুধু মানির দেখা নাই গো আমার পক্কা পকেটে বারান্দায় রোদুর আমি আরামকে দাঁড়ায় বসে দুপানা চাইলে কলিংয়ের ঘন্টা শুনে ছুটতে গিয়ে দরজা খুলি কলিংয়ের ঘন্টা শুনে ছুটতে গিয়ে দরজা খুলি তোমার গোপে মাঝি তোমার দেখা নাই তোমার দেখা নাই রে 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 তোমার দেখা নাই আমাকে আমার মতো থাকতে দাও আমি নিজেকে নিজের মতো গুছিয়ে নিয়েছি আমাকে আমার মতো থাকতে দাও আমি নিজেকে নিজের মতো গুছিয়ে নিয়েছি যেটা ছিল না সেটা না পাওয়াই থাক সব ফেলে নষ্ট জীবন তোমার এই দুনিয়ার ঝাপসালোয় কিছু সন্ধ্যের পুরো হওয়া কাঁচের মতো যদি উড়ে যেতে চাও তবে গা ভাসিয়ে দাও দূরবীনে চোখ রাখবো না 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 এই জাহাজ মাস্তুল ঝাড়খান তবু গল্প লিখছি 5 বার আমি রাখতে চাই না আর তার কোনো রাত দুপুরে রাস্তার তাই চেষ্টা করছি বারবার সাঁতরে পার খোঁজা না 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 কখনো আকাশ বেয়ে চুপ করে যদি নেমে আসে ভালোবাসা খুব করে চোখ ভাঙা ঘুমে তুমি খুঁজো না আমায় আশেপাশে আমি আর নেই আমার জন্য আলো গেল না কেউ আমি মানুষের সমুদ্রে ঘুরেছি ঢেউ এই স্টেশনের চত্বরে হারিয়ে গেছি শেষ ট্রেনে ঘরে ফিরবো না 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 এই জাহাজ মাস্তুল ঝাড়খান তবু গল্প লিখছি 5 বার আমি রাখতে চাই না আর তার কোনো রাত দুপুরে রাস্তায় তাই চেষ্টা করছি বারবার সাথে পারবো যা কখনো সময় পেলে একটু দেব আঙুলের ফাঁকে আমি কই আমার চোখে আমি যাই না খেলে তার সত্য পেলাস করি ফিরে ফিরে আমিও বেলার ডাল ভাতে পুড়িয়ে গেছি গেলাসের জলে ভাসবো না 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 জাহাজ মাস্তুল সরকার তবু গল্প লিখছি পাঁচবার আমি রাখতে চাই না আর তার কোনো রাত দুপুরে রাতার তাই চেষ্টা করছি বারবার সাজতে পারবো যা
for some breathtaking, lively movements. A fusion of Western dance forms like jive, disco, pop, cha-cha, salsa, samba.
Hey, yo, track boys, it's possibly Big Baby's remix ever. Everybody, we never seen it, then we're gonna everybody, baby, when we go, everybody, go. Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. 아직은 따사로 온 인간적인 여자 거기할 때는 여유하는 품격 있는 여자 밤이 오면 심장이 뜨거워지는 여자 이런 발전 있는 여자 낮에는 너만큼 따사로운 저 선업해 커피식 끼고 전에 원샷 때리는 선업해 밤이 오면 심장이 터져버리는 선업해 그런 선업해 오빤 강남 스타일.
Every school proud, but our alumni are a class apart. At every available occasion, they have taken extra initiative to make it a success. We fondly remember how they have been associated with the construction of this stage. Here they come on this stage with a couple of Ravindra Sangeet. Over to Mr. Jubilee.
Our beloved Xavier School, our alma mater, has reached the 50th year and is celebrating Golden Jubilee. The students, especially we and others waiting over there, we thank the school for whatever we are today. And out of a sense of deep respect and gratitude, the Durgapur Xavier School Alumni Association was formed, which is better known as ZARATS. We pay our homage by rendering 2 songs and pray that the legacy, the bondage of the students and the school remain forever. Thank you, everybody, and listen to our song. Thanks, everybody. See. See. আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে, এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো, এ জীবন পূর্ণ।
প্রিয় সঙ্গীতকে সম্মান জানিয়ে আপনাদের কাছে আমার অনুরোধ একটু উঠে দাঁড়াতে।
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगो विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे